Nós vamos começar. O Flávio foi buscá-lo também, nós somos os dois buscar o professor, então o Flávio vai demorar um pouquinho mais, porque nós nos confundimos aqui. Então a gente começa, desde ontem nós tínhamos acertado que começaríamos às 8h30, iríamos até às 11h30, e de 11h30 para frente vocês poderiam fazer alguma pergunta. O professor também foi muito claro ontem que se houver necessidade de cada tópico terminando, vocês também podem interromper para ele poder explicar. Então, às vezes ele acabou de fazer o tópico da definição, ou o tópico dos casos de flexibilização, ou da rescisão do contrato. Se vocês tiverem alguma dúvida, é só levantar a mão no final do tópico, que interrompe. Se quiserem fazer a pergunta em inglês, podem fazer. Se quiser fazer em alemão, também pode fazer. E se quiser não fazer em português, a gente traduz para ele. A gente só não está fazendo a tradução, porque a gente está tentando potencializar o tempo dele, embora nós tenhamos diminuído em alguns minutos, porque ele também não aguenta, né? Já está... Pela idade a gente vai ficando mais cansadinho, né? Professor, please, you can be. The word is yours.
Good morning, everybody. And well, today I want to continue with what I started yesterday. And we will go now, because yesterday I've tried to give you some first insight into the German system and the European system. I will now show you more what actually happens and what the discussions in Germany and in Europe are, and also the different approaches. And I will also later on, or maybe tomorrow, turn to social security as well. So, but it's always interlinked, so we'll see that both of this is important for us. So, just remember, yesterday we have covered, in the end of the course, the dismissal protection in Germany. And to keep in mind is that the dismissal protection in Germany is something which is pretty much a strong system. Strong, it does not mean very, very good, but strong means it's a strong protection for those who have a job. It may not be too easy for those who don't have a job, because it has some side effects that it makes it difficult to get a job for if you're out of this privileged class of people holding this kind of contracts. And for them, and that's what we had covered, it is difficult for the employer to fire them, and it's also risky, and if he wants to avoid court cases, because they make it more risky and you may have the result a couple of years later and not immediately, in those cases he would, because of the system, have to pay a lot of money, and so it's an expensive approach for him. All this then leads for the employer to a situation where he tries to use those workers who have these strong employment contracts as much as possible. So he requires them to work overtime, and so he tries to get along with them as far as possible, and he would then add, and that's what we are now doing, would then add to this core people in a way, some others with less standards. And so let's go here a bit more in detail. There are other ends of contract, and I will come to this a bit later, and you see this already again is a chance for him. Take your view from employer's point of view. And the employer would say, okay, I take now people on fixed-term contracts. And then I don't have the problem of dismissal protection. I don't have to justify it. I only have to say, okay, today is 20th of August. The contract of this guy ends by the 31st of August, so I have to wait another 10 days. That's it. I don't have to do anything. So he then, as I point out here, could use this to avoid the special protection in case of dismissal. It's no longer there. I will come to the details there a bit later. The labor contract also can be limited for certain reasons. If you have a certain reason, for example, there is a woman with a permanent contract, and this woman with a permanent contract takes a leave, for maternity leave, for a year, which is possible, or 2 years even. Well, and what about the position now? You need somebody to fill the position. In order to fill the position, you hire somebody, and you tell him, you fill the position because there is the other lady who is taking her maternity leave. And then you can limit for good reason. It's a reason. The same might happen if you have a certain project to do, and you know the project at one time will end. And so, for example, building a bridge or so. In Germany, I'm always joking and saying, construct an airport. And then my students in Germany always laugh because we have in Berlin an airport. We started to construct the new Berlin airport in, I think, 1999. It should open in 2012, and now they hope they can do it in 2020 in autumn. So it's not a project of fixed term. It's endless. Okay, and so, but in those cases, you can also limit it. That makes, already now you can see, gives the employer the opportunity to be more flexible. This is the employer's point of view. If you take the view of the other side, the worker, and says, well, I'm taking a job here just for this maternity leave, then I'm out again. And so yesterday, you may remember I told you about this lady who had 13 follow-up fixed-term contracts. Actually, she was always replacing women on maternity leave, all 13 times. So when she had to replace one, she said, oh, there's another. She is also. So you do it again. Another 1 year contract, another 1 year contract, etc. So this is bad and very unsecure for these people. That's the other side of the coin. So this is something in addition which might be of interest as well. Can the employer change the rules of the contract? Sure, if he agrees with the employee, then it's simple, make another contract. If the employee says no, then he might do it, but then he had to follow the same procedure as we have seen with the end contract situation. So if he says, I pay you less because of enterprise reasons, then he has to prove the enterprise reasons. So the same process there. So that's why I say here, once you reduce the salary or give an employee a less attractive job, he has to prove that this is socially justified, that he has good reason for this. He also has to show, well, you and the others could be affected by it, but I take you because you are the youngest, etc. So the same procedure. So now, as we have now made this kind of basis for our topic, so I want now to, in the first place, to put some questions we will follow later on into certain directions, and then I will show you some other means which go into similar direction in Germany and then in Europe. So, first question I have is, how may labor law react to economic crisis? Well, if you are an attorney in labor, specialized in labor law in my country, for you it's a great time financially if there is an economic crisis. So the labor law attorneys now say our business will grow in the next years because we will have a recession in Germany. So sorry, for one it's good, for the others it's bad. And in this case it's good for the labor law attorneys because companies try to shrink their workforce. So because labor law is intended to protect employees, that's why it's for. So we always have to see this. It's simply the case. But on the other hand, labor law might be an obstacle for business. If you talk to some of the employers, they say, well, our Federal Labor Court is in Erfurt in East Germany, in Thuringia, and they say, well, these people up there in Erfurt. So it's a matter of costs of labor. So for them to get rid of employees, it's either difficult or expensive or both. They matter about the cost of labor, and they matter about not enough flexibility, because from their point of view, flexibility means to react immediately and react fast on different, on the changing world, or not only changing world, but changing situations. But the problem is, this is one aspect of it. Labor law also is a means for social peace. So if you have a good labor law, you have more peace. You could see it in the 70s in a number of European countries and 80s, when some of the countries had not a good labor law, and the workers could be affected harder by those changes. Then you really had an uproar. You had strikes. You had problems in a way in productivity. And in Germany, will you talk later? Germany is not perfect, but this is one of the aspects. I will tell you at the end, and maybe tomorrow, more about the works councils. And these works councils bring more peace in the labor system, because in some situations, some countries, there's always a clash between both sides, which might be, from a certain point of view, logic. But if you have a system where they talk to each other on the same basis, you may have more peace and less interruption and even more productivity. So less protection is not always or not good for the economy as such, because it might lead or will lead sometimes to social tension and even more. So the equivalent is always I want to show you, on the one side you have the employers who is saying cheap labor, hire and fire, etc. But this may lead to what he doesn't want. This may lead to less productivity, this may lead to social tensions, etc., etc. And from the employee's point of view, you have the opposite. They want to have good jobs, they want to have security, and so the question is how you put this into a certain coincidence. So, and I now wanted to give you, to understand this better, these other means. So, we have the labor contract, the fixed labor contract, bound to certain rules, difficult to end, and so strong employment protection, people call it. If you have this, then you can see in countries, Germany is an example, but you can also see it in other countries, that you have then fixed-term contracts, and you have temporary work. And with the fixed-term contracts, I want to give you some more ideas about how fixed-term contracts work here. Fixed-term contracts seem to be a very simple solution. You avoid dismissal, that's it. And so, if you make it easy, what happens? After some time, the system of employment protection will erode. Okay? Because the employers will say, okay, we don't need to hire these people with an open-end contract. We can hire them for 1 year. And then every year at Christmas we decide if we continue. And if not, we say, okay, happy Christmas, and that's it. See you not next year. That would be the other way, okay? So if you, in such a system, would let this happen, then you will definitely have this kind of result. And so what does the German law and the law of other countries as well do in those cases? Well, to start with a general view of it, this area here, I have already shown you that in the dismissal protection, we are in a kind of going back and forth situation. So they saw it might be too difficult to dismiss people for enterprise reasons. We have seen it yesterday. The consequence was to make it not really easier, but less risky. You remember this sort of justification. And here, with the fixed-term contracts, the question simply is, how strict should it be? There is a kind of a story of going back and forth and trying to adjust it, or either to situation or to politics. That's difficult to say in some cases. So, in the first place, the approach was to have only fixed-term contracts with valid reasons. Valid reasons means you have a good reason, like maternity leave, or like a project, or like at university, for example, you could limit the jobs of the assistants. That's the case in my country, because you say, well, these are jobs to write your PhD or to give yourself an academic profile, but this is nothing forever. You should not retire on the position of an assistant at the university. And so it's a good reason to limit this job. This was always the case. But then it was found out if we only do it this way, then again, think in terms of the employer. Employer knows I need flexibility. We're talking here all the days about flexibility. I need flexibility. I have the choice to hire these people permanently. Difficult to get rid of them. I can hire them for certain projects. But then I have to define a project. And the courts have to believe me. Okay? If he says there is a project of building a new car, but he's always having new models of Mercedes or Porsche, always. Every year is a new one. And so you could not say, is this one project? Because it's a project of the people, the engineers who are developing a new car, is permanently their job to develop new cars. So you couldn't say this new Audi 150,000 or so is now the project, and they limit the contract. It's not possible because the court will say it's not limited. Because the courts, then the labor courts, then examined the reasons. And what would happen? What would happen if they say it's not a good reason? What do you think? So take this engineer at the Audi factory. And Audi said, well, he's developing the new Audi 150,000. So the court says he's always developing cars for lifetime. What will happen if the court said this? The contract is unlimited. So because it said this reason is not applicable, is void, and so you have an open-ended contract. Also, if you renew very often a contract, the same. For example, I had the situation, and I was asked by my colleagues at the law school, we had some assistants we needed not for research, but for other areas of IT and something. And they also were on these limited contracts. And they said, okay, we should continue with them because they do a good job, but we don't want to have an open-ended contract. And then at one time I told them, be careful. You have already added 2 other terms to this contract. And if you add a 4th one, and this guy or this lady goes to court, we have him or her with an open-ended contract. Okay, but you see here with this, if you only have this valid reason contract, then you still have, from the point of view of the employer, not enough flexibility. Okay? Because it's still risky to do. What would he do then? Well, it may be difficult to get into the minds of this person, but what would this person then think about? What could this person do to avoid the situation? There are 2 tricks. Two tricks. One trick is you hire temporary workers. Okay? Then you are flexible again. We come to them later. Or what you do is you do some outsourcing of work. Either officially or kind of, because there's also misuse. Which means, if you outsource, you say, you produce this and this for me, you company. So they source it out to a company. And so this company should do this kind of project. And then they put the risk of this on this company and try to cut out of their program a certain part and put it to this company. And so they are flexible again. So you can see, if you have a system of just having only employment protection as it is, as we have described, plus fixed-term contracts with valid reasons. You know now what valid reasons means here. Then you don't have a good flexibility. So, and in Germany we had a kind of crisis around the 2000s. And it was then said Germany has a sclerotic system, and so too old and too inflexible. And they said we have unemployment. Then we had, at that time we had considerable unemployment, around 6-7%, and even more in East Germany. And so they said we have to make it more flexible. And so we have only they introduced more by an act fixed-term contracts without valid reasons. Okay? So you simply can say for 2 years. Reason not necessary. And this now then became very, very widespread. And the funny thing is now, still now, who is the champion with fixed-term contract? What would you think? Public administration. Public administration. And so that's how it works. Yeah.
Just like
yeah. And so they allowed in the first place fixed-term contract without valid reasons. Later on, and this here, what I describe now is the law we have now. We'll come to the history a bit later.
How long do you have this law?
It's difficult to say because in around the end of last century, these changes from valid reason to the none was introduced, but it happened several stages, certain changes. So the radical approach was, I think, in 1995, 96. The radical approach. But this is the situation now, today.
I know, but it didn't solve the employment problem.
It didn't solve. Well, it's difficult to say because you cannot really find it out. Because it did not really, well, put it that way. Introduction of a more flexible system. If you look to the unemployment statistics, there was no significant effect.
Yes,
Okay. There was no significant effect. But one thing you could see is that some of these approaches brought Germany back on track in a way. So that Germany is now the powerful economy in Europe. It has also to do with, at least some people say, to do with more flexibility. Done by the Social Democrats and the Greens, and not by the Christian Democrats. So the situation now is, and this is a story of going 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Okay.
This just without valid reason was 2 steps forward. And now, this is the situation now, 1 step back.
You are returning. Okay.
Yeah. And so that's why now fixed-term contracts will also be null and void, means permanently employed, open-ended, if the if you make it more than 3 times.
Okay.
That's what I told you with the law school people there. It was this 3-time situation. And it may not exceed the duration of 2 years in total. So after 2 years, it's over. And fixed-term contracts will also be null and void if the employee has been previously employed by the employer. This because before we had the effect, I will come to this effect later, there are, I don't find the right English word, they are, I think, rolling doors. There's a door which is turning around. You know what I mean? You go through a door, it's turning, and they call it this turning door effect. You go out and you get in again. Okay? And here, this was that some companies try to get rid of the people and then rehire them on a fixed term contract. Okay, permanent job, get them out, have them back on a fixed term contract. Okay? And so the current law says, no way, if he has been previously employed by the employer. Previously. And previously means at any time. So, yeah? Yeah, there is no reason necessary. So, for example, if somebody works with a company, let us say, not as a trainee, it's a special thing, but he did some work as a student for a company. And this student work was limited in time for a year. And then he makes his exams and so on and so forth, and now he's an engineer. And he goes back to the same company, and the same company, after his studies, and he had made experience at another company, etc., etc. And then finally he goes back to this company where he has been as a student once. And they tell him, okay, you get a 2 years contract. And then he would say, no. If he knows about it, what would he do? He would say, okay, I sign it. And then when he is there, he says, well, you just signed a permanent contract. Because I had another before, and so this contract is an open-ended contract, despite I signed another contract. Okay? And this might be, I've written, even has been some 15 years or more ago. So, if you see this kind of system, then you see that this kind of system tries to, on one side, to open the door to flexibility, but closes somehow again and limits this. Okay?
But why are you doing this? Are you returning and you are being so cautious about that? Because you see that there are a lot of frauds.
Yeah, well, it's a back and forth. It's also a political thing. In a way, you have to see that if you see our political parties and compare them with your parties here,
Okay.
the political parties at least take a side in the right-wing party. They are, in social policy, relatively close together. Relatively close together. And the Social Democrats have been mostly in any government since 1999. So they run the Social Democrat Green government. They were out for 4 years when the Liberals did it with the Christian Democrats, but since then we have great coalitions, Social Democrats and Christian Democrats. And so there's always this influence, and the Christian Democrat Party is a conservative party as such, but has a very, very strong social wing. Okay. And so especially those coming from the, hopefully I can translate it the right way, the Catholic principles, social principles, Catholic social principles, or social, better, Catholic social philosophy. Okay. And there is a wing which is pretty strong. And so you have this, they always have in mind somehow, both sides, and sometimes the pressure from the one side is stronger. And so they really said we have, in a situation where we had a lot of unemployed, said, we have to do something against it to liberalize it. And later on they saw that this seemed to go into the wrong direction, because you could see during this time, before this stricter rule was applied, you could see that the number of fixed-term contracts really exploded. Mm-hmm. And that young people never would have a fixed-term contract. And it came also to a situation when I started my academic career, well, as an assistant when I did my PhD, I had limited fixed-term contracts, okay. But since then, I have a lifelong contract. But the young professors now have, in the first place, a fixed-term contract.
Just a moment, I will explain.
Sure.
Gente, eu perguntei para ele a razão desse ir e vir, né? Porque eles aumentaram a flexibilização, depois eles começaram a diminuir. E também perguntei sobre a questão do desemprego. Foram duas coisas que impactou o desemprego. Eu perguntei que depois nós vamos precisar. Ele está fazendo uma leitura legal, explicando a lei na Europa e tudo mais. Depois nós vamos usar o nosso método. Eu já até falei para ele, para construir, desconstruir isso daqui, né? Mas por enquanto é importante verificar, primeiro, que o impacto no desemprego não foi tão significativo, ele mesmo colocou. E segundo, isso ainda são coisas de conteúdo, que eu perguntei por que vai e volta. Ele falou que é o problema da tensão partidária, especialmente esses partidos, o social-democrata e o partido cristão, com essa perspectiva mais humanitária e tudo mais, tende a fazer uma pressão quando as coisas vão equilibrando na economia. E isso para a gente vai ser importante quando nós discutirmos a questão da forma, tá? Eu gostaria que quem vai se manter no curso perceber a importância desses dois dados, tá? E depois a gente conversa a respeito. I was just explaining something about our method.
Sure. Well, but this shows you have to see, to understand this, you have to see the political background there, and the party background there. And so just to give you an actual example, I'm just consulting a kind of commission of the government on pensions, and the two dominant figures there running it is a Christian Democrat and a Social Democrat. And they both are pretty close together, because this Christian Democrat, they have asked me to give an opinion. In a sense, if you talk to business people about this opinion, they would say, better not. But these people there in Christian Democrat, they're in favor of it. They press it. So there is not, Christian Democrats means always just the industry, business. This is to understand the German situation there. So this already have covered.
Uma outra coisa que ele falou
Yeah.
também além de não diminuir os desempregos, além de ter essa pressão desses dois aspectos partidários, que é o fato de os jovens ficarem muito alijados nesse processo, porque eles acabam sendo atingidos pela explosão desses contratos em tempo fixo. E eles têm uma preocupação muito grande com essa geração jovem que está sendo excluída, mas está sendo bem excluída do processo. E aí a gente depois também vai debater isso quando debatermos a questão específica do método.
Okay. So I also want to add some words about part-time work so that you understand the difference. And then I will explain to you the temporary work conditions, which are similar, which makes the story as a real story. So part-time work, an employee, and actually this is European law, not German law, it's European. An employee is entitled to claim for reduction to their contractually agreed working hours if they have worked for the company for more than 6 months and if the company usually employs more than 15 employees. So, in the first place, they can have a reduction from full-time to part-time, or from this part-time to that part-time, reduction, after a certain time at the company to plan. And if the company has more than 15 employees, because a company smaller would not be flexible enough, because they would have troubles if half of the workforce would say we work half instead of full. So this shows another aspect of flexibility. So the employer has to agree to the reduction, but he has to under these conditions, so he has no choice to say no, and is responsible for determining how the time is distributed. So he can say, okay, we do half time, but you show up from Monday to Wednesday, full day, or you show up every afternoon. This is up to him, because he has to organize it. If everybody says, I love to do it in the morning to have more time in the afternoon with the family, then he would say, then I cannot keep up my production. And he has taken the wishes of the employee into account unless there are contrary operational reasons given for refusing the request. So means that, as I said, if everybody wants to have a free morning, then you can say, well, then I cannot run my business anymore. So it has to be arranged. But free to reduce work. The other story, other way around, he is generally not entitled, that's what I said yesterday already, to switch back to full-time. Because then your workforce is blowing up in a way. Employees are merely given preference over other applicants where skills are equal. So when the employer says, I need more jobs, but more people, and you are working in the company half-time or part-time, then you may say, well, I work full-time. And then you might say, okay, then I don't need to hire somebody from outside. This is the way. So very short, this more important for us is temporary work. And temporary work is a difficult area. It's also an area of certain misuse can happen there. And for a long time it was an area where you see people or companies doing this business. You say, okay, I wouldn't buy a rented car from this guy, a used car from this guy. So I did some consulting work, not for them, but in this area. And so I met those people and said, you wouldn't buy a used car from this guy. It's and so the problem is how to control this. In the first place, to tell you what temporary work means, or to start a bit earlier even, why temporary work? Yeah, well, you're talking about flexibility. This makes a company flexible. And so a company knows we need, for the next 7 months, we need more people to do this kind of job or so. So to give you one example, which is very impressive from my point of view, there was a shipyard in Germany, and the shipyard had the task to enlarge a cruise ship. And they simply cut it in half and put something in between and put it together again. And this should be in off-season. So in a certain time, I think they had time of 3 months, when they usually don't make the cruises. And so when the last cruise came, they went to the shipyard, they cut this in half, and when the next season started, the cruise ship was back in the water for the next cruises. If you have this kind of tasks, of order, you need immediately, for a certain time, additional work, okay? And then you might hire these people. You could not really hire them permanently, because you do not permanently this kind of work. And so it makes sense to have this in the first place. It also makes sense if you cannot hire, if you only can hire people permanently, and you have difficulties here with the other issues, then you evade from these problems by using temporary work. Okay. So what is temporary work exactly? A temporary work company, sometimes called in English agency, but it's a private company, is the employer, so they have a work contract with them, and supplies the temporary employees to the hirer. Well, also here, it's mostly European law, because it's cross-border, it's important. All the countries have it rather similar. An employment relationship, therefore, only exists between the agency and the temporary employee. Okay. And temporary employees have to be treated equally to comparable employees of their hirer in relation to remuneration and any other essential working conditions. Because for a long time this was not in the law, but now it's according to European law also in the law, that they said, well, it's not only interesting to have temporary jobs or temporary workers in our company to be more flexible, but also they are cheaper. And they are still cheaper, because sometimes it's pension and so on, so they're a bit cheaper generally, and still. But to make this a bit more difficult, and now from the political background of my country, you understand it now, and also from in Europe, we have these kind of social partnership, and in the area of in the European Parliament, you also have this kind of majorities. So you have a strong socialist fraction and a strong conservative fraction, People's Party fraction. So this is generally the case. Exceptions to this equal treatment principle can only be agreed by means of a collective bargaining agreement. Because they say, well, if you do less, you can do it, but only on the basis of a collective bargaining agreement, because you think trade unions and employers association are strong enough to trade unions. I tell you a story. Trick was a trick. We have in Germany one trade union movement, one. And beside we have some smaller trade unions, independent from this trade union movement. And they're sometimes really very, very small. So there is we have a very powerful metal workers union, which is the strongest by membership, the strongest trade union in Europe. And we have a special Christian metal workers union, which is another story, which is very, very small. We have about 500 members in one case, 20 members in the other case, etc. around this. What would you do if you run such a temporary work company? And you know, equal treatment and so on. What would you do?
Choose a small union.
What they did, they bought, it was really kind of corruption, they bought this Christian metalworkers union and made a special collective agreement saying, okay, instead of 15 euros per hour, we are happy with 10 euros per hour. Okay? The end of the story was a disaster. Not for the temporary workers, but for the companies who hired them. Because the court said these are not really trade unions. They are not, have not the right to conclude collective bargaining agreements, okay? And so the bargaining agreements are void. What does it mean? They have to pay the same amount. And this means 5 euros per hour in addition. But they calculate on another basis, and so a lot of these temporary work companies went bankrupt. Okay, so the temporary work company must possess a license to supply temporary employees. So if I would say, okay, business is business, if it's a place you sell newspapers, or if you rent out people, business is business. No, you need a special license in order to get out these people I just described in the beginning. So this license, you have to prove that you are reliable and so on, and you have to have the correct means, etc. If the agency does not possess such a license, then it's very dangerous for the company who uses temporary work, because in this case there will be an employment relationship between the hirer and the temporary employee. So if you hire these and they don't have a license, then they are your permanent workers from that on. And also punishable with an administrative fine. And if it's cross-border, it might be interesting. If it's cross-border, from one country to the other, you can only do it cross-border. So Europe is small in a way. If you really do business in the country where you reside as a company. If you just do only business for another country, so just, let us say you have an office in Poland and all of your workers you send to Germany, then it's void again.
It's the same for all the countries.
Yeah, it's the same for all the countries. So you can only do this temporary work business cross-border if you, to a certain extent, substantially, do this business also within your country.
Okay, but these rules are general rules to all countries of
Yeah, it's European law.
Yes.
It's European law, so it's from northern Finland to Sicily.
Okay, she wants to make
Yeah,
a point.
yeah, sure.
There are special cases for the company to use the temporary work company or anytime that he wants. Because for me, besides the difference of the employment relationship that one's will be at the regular employer and the other one with the temporary
Yeah,
agency, and even some law benefits. For me, it's just the same. If I need someone temporary, I can hire through the agency and have that benefits or
yeah,
directly. There are difference for the company
yeah.
to choose that.
For for the for a company, uh, a company, if the company would hire the people and say we don't do temporary work, we hire them ourselves, they would have, there would be less. We're talking about flexibility all the day. They would be less flexible because they cannot say, okay, we don't need these 20 people anymore, and
Because
send.
through the agency, I don't have like a term with the agency. I, I can say I like from one day to another, I can say I don't need those people
Yeah,
anymore.
right, right, right.
That's it.
Well, right. They, well, the employer's risk is covered by the temporary employment agency. They are the employer. And so simply their business is to bring this to the to another company. And if the contract between the uh, 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 the company where the work is done and the temporary work company says it can be terminated at any day, then you can say, well, I don't need them anymore tomorrow because I didn't get the order. So it makes them very, very flexible. And also takes a certain risk from them because there's another employer. And the law resolves this conflict by saying then they have, in a way, two employers. Because the one company has always the risk, if they do something wrong, that they have open-ended contract with the people they just wanted via the the temporary work agency. And also, if the temporary work agency is going bankrupt, then the other company has to pay the
Same.
wages.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking that because in Brazil we have special rules
Yeah,
for use like an agency like that. That's why.
you don't have here.
No, we have
We have
it,
Yeah,
but we only can use like in two scenarios.
okay,
The employer cannot like wake up one day and say I'm gonna hire
but
okay.
but
someone
here
else.
you have to just legal cases in which you can use this kind of temporary work. It's not a usual regular one. It's just in some cases.
Well, it is very popular.
But you can use in any case or just in some cases if you
No, no, you can use it anywhere. So can
What's the
use it,
difference?
you can use it anywhere. To give you some examples,
but just to temporary works.
yeah, yeah,
Just for
but
this. This is the
just temporary work. These companies do provide temporary work, or do we misunderstand each other?
No, it's the same thing.
yes
But the
because
relationship between the employee
Yeah,
and the agency is a no-term employment agreement.
it's employment. It's employment.
With all the protection, everything.
Everything connected with it. And this business is done in a lot of areas. So, for example, there are temporary work agencies, which, for example, you provide you with specialists, high-level specialists, even, because you sometimes need a high-level specialist for a certain business or certain thing, and so these people, some specialists, simply work for such the company and say, well, it's a great job always to be somewhere else and do something because they need them. But it's also, again, in hospitals, the people working there to take care, they're also sometimes based on this. Or in companies like BMW, they do the same. So just any work. So this is about temporary work, not all, but this kind of. So you see again here, it's, uh,
10 minutes.
okay,
To
okay,
give a break in about 10
okay,
minutes.
in 10 minutes, okay, okay. And so again here, we have seen this temporary work thing has been limited to a certain extent. I will come to additional limits a bit later. But because of this legal framework, then there is other ways to get around. And the other way to get around is to contract with a company on a certain project, and sometimes do it artificially, not really. And then you test if it's really a real project, or if you just artificially cut your business in projects. And if you do this, then it would be misuse, etc. with sanctions. So the current system now says that workers may only be deployed by the same hirer for a maximum duration of 18 months. So it's limited now. Because before we had a situation where you could send them unlimited there. Well, it started once with 3 months limit, and then to make things more flexible, they gave up the time limit generally, and now they take it back to 18 months. And also, for some time, the temporary work could be done on permanent jobs, German job positions. So you have something. Let us say you need somebody. You need a driver. You need the driver of the boss. He's driving. He's doing it all the time. You need one who drives his car. So it's a permanent position. But you could put a temporary worker on this permanent position. Okay? Now it says no, you can no longer. If it's a permanent position, you cannot. You only can use them for non-permanent positions. Okay? Exceptions again possible through a collective bargaining agreement. The thing here on the bottom, intra-group assignments require a license as well. What does it mean? Well, big companies like, for example, BMW or others, what they are doing is they have in their group of company of BMW means a lot of different companies. That's the usual way. And one of those companies is, let us say, the BMW Temporary Work Agency. Okay? And this BMW Temporary Work Agency, its business is to do temporary work within BMW. Okay? That makes BMW flexible. They still have, let us say, 20,000 workers, but they do not always have these temporary workers at certain places. So they can say, okay, now we are constructing a new model of BMW 7 something also, And when it is done, the engineers have to supervise production, so from there to there. And so they inside flexible. And this for a long time was done, well, you can do it. Now say they need a license as well. So, and here, this is the temporary work, the equal pay and equal treatment, again, very shortly. And will be treated equally to comparable employees of the higher in relation to essential working conditions. I already touched upon this, including remuneration after 9 months. So before, it could be different. And exceptions could be again possible through a collective bargaining agreement, which could slow down a bit the harmonization there. So, but generally, equal treatment also there. And so you see, Germany tries to, and Europe as such, tries to provide more flexibility, but always then again say, oh, but stop, don't go too far. So that may be the message something near now, and so we now have the break, right? Ah, because the next is another topic.
Bom, gente, então nós vamos dar um. Eu vou passar para os alunos assinarem a primeira parte da chamada, porque depois tem uma segunda parte. Por favor, Pablo. Nós vamos dar uma paralisação até 10h05, mais ou menos, tá? E daqui a pouco nós retornamos com a segunda parte.
Okay. 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 So let's get back here. And what I want to do now is to give you some views about the special German situation and then get to flexicurity again, because a bit more in detail what it means and how it is done in a number of European countries. Start again with Germany. In Germany, we have, in relation to some other countries, a high level of protection. So it means the employee, as you have seen, is protected in case of flexibilization. So if there's flexibilization, then the employees should be protected. And you have seen at several stages here that in general, when it came to this kind of flexibilization, in the first place, they allowed a more generous approach from the point of view of the employer, but usually it was then stopped by a move to increase the protection of the workers. So, and in a way, if you want to keep the story of Germany in this respect in one sentence, is we try to balance as far as possible between both sides. And if you see politics, it would be even more protection of the worker is in the center, as I also explained to you from the political parties and their social wings, let's call them social wings, which are really powerful. So this is just big history. You can make it a bit quicker. In the 90s, so get back a bit to history to show to you this balance back and forth thing. There was strict protection in case of dismissal, as we still have now, but more stricter. Fixed term contract only in exceptional cases, good reasons, very risky. The trade unions at that time had to be very, very skeptic against temporary work. There even had to be a move by the unions to forbid temporary work generally. So they tried to say, well, no temporary work at all. We had a relatively high unemployment at that time. And we had a discussion about international competitiveness of Germany. So Germany was not the strongest country in Europe, but one of the weakest countries in a way, economically. And we had high costs of labor. We still have. High cost of labor is not always a bad thing, but it has to be financed somehow. High cost here means that about 38% of wages are for Social Security. Half and half paid by employer and employee. Income tax 35% in average. So generally, half of your income goes to taxes and Social Security. And for the employer, you can say if he pays you 5,000 euros gross wage, his costs for you are 7,500. So this is what you have to take into account. So problem of less flexibility at that time, we have seen it. And well, what happens now? Sorry. Then the interesting thing was to be more flexible. In the first place was done by the Greens and the Social Democrats, which sounds strange that these people do it and not the Conservatives. But as I've explained to you, the metro conservatives on the one side and the other is not really correct in my country. But at this time, they said we have this kind of sclerotic system, we have to do something. And so this Social Democrat and Green government, which was more, well, they had were brave from a certain point of view, to allowing more fixed-term contracts to bring back employment, which you couldn't measure. Also to liberalizing temporary work, which will bring up more employment. They were focused on more employment. And they also made dismissal for enterprise reasons not less strict but less risky. This, in a way, helped the economy, but didn't help the Social Democrats. So we also had a system of forcing and helping unemployed to get back to work, which is a kind of work-fair program. So if you're unemployed, you have to make certain measures. They are forcing you, or they're convincing you to try to get back into the job, which does not really work, I have to say. This is called Hartz IV, which is according to the guy who found it. So it made, in a way, Germany more competitive again. So the question should be, to take it on your country, is to make things more flexible in this way, good for the country or not? I think that's the core question we have here. So in the end, I have shown you that Germany said no, at least not this way. So in a way, the situation went to the other side too far, because it was more on the expense of the workers. So what you could see is that after this period, the Social Democrats, we had a bit less unemployment, but we had lower wages. So some other European countries said, well, what you're doing is you're increasing your competitiveness by lower wages. So it was, in a way, on the expense of the workers. And it was, therefore, very unpopular for the voters, and especially a problem for the Social Democrats. And if you see the situation of the Social Democrats in my country now, there used to be the old traditional party was for sure always at least 30% of the voters. Next Sunday, the other Sunday, there will be an election in East Germany. This party will be happy in some of the states in East Germany if they have around 8%. So it's mixed. This approach made Germany the leading economy again, on the one side. On the other side, I have to say, it killed the Democrats, Social Democrats, almost killed them. It also led to relatively low wages. And if you talk with people in East Germany, they very much criticize the situation because they didn't really come up since then. So comments are mixed. And you see what I told you just before was the situation currently. And there you can see Germany went back a bit. You see? Temporary work more regulated than before again, back and forth. Fixed term contracts limited more than before. So in order to have a better balanced situation. So the question is balancing it. And so to do social policy in this case, it shows to the expense of the workers in Germany was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. Because in the end it made the economy to a certain extent successful, but on certain expenses. My view, I have an easy view on this, because all the time I was a professor on a permanent job with a decent salary. But people really there in this, they have felt it. So here you see, brought Germany economy up again, but with a certain price, unsecured jobs. Very often jobs limited in time, more and more jobs limited in time, limited increase in wages, in the end still strong protection, but with limits. May even have brought social split in society, especially between East and West again. So, on the other hand again, we had the financial crisis, not we, all of us. The financial crisis in 2007, 2008. The funny thing was, not funny, but the great thing was, it left German labor market mostly unharmed. So we had a slight, really slight increase in unemployment. And we didn't, for example, have no loss in occupational pensions, for example. This was all because of certain measures, protection measures, and in case of labor market policy of what I call here internal flexibility. So what does internal flexibility means? It meant we have the companies had the choice for a number of different measures. We expected, it was correct, we expected that the financial crisis in 2007, 2008 would not last forever. It would be a matter of time, okay? And so for this matter of time, they used provisions by the German employment agencies or unemployment insurance system. And this unemployment insurance system provides a benefit in case of what we might translate by short work or short work. And this means if there is not enough work to do and the employer cannot finance the wages, he may apply to the employment agency together with the Works Council to declare it as a short working period. And this short working period means they work 4 days a week or 3 days a week because there's less work. They keep the job, and this benefit will, at least in part, fill the difference. So the workers may earn a bit less because it's a public benefit which is not always just 100% filling the gap, but mostly filling the gap. The period, the maximum period, these benefits could be paid was extended from usually, I think it was 1 year. They extended it to I think to 24 months. By the employment. And this provision was usually limited to 1 year. They extended it to 2 years.
But it's a social benefit.
It's a social benefit financed by unemployment insurance. And so the employer paid for the work they did, and the unemployment agency paid the rest. And so the people stayed in their jobs, didn't lose job, and the workforce they need was still there, because the problem otherwise was, after this break in success, this crisis, they would have to rehire the people, may not have the same people they had before and wanted again.
We can use this example as a kind of flexicurity.
Yeah, this is kind of flexicurity. So you have flexibility for the company, and you have a system, a social system, which fills the gap in those cases and make you survive a crisis without having to fire your people.
So
Okay?
Flexicurity,
Yeah.
you have to
Okay.
deal with this.
Okay. And they call it internal flexibility because it's within the company. And the other was, we have some work time accounts. If you work more, you put it on an account, and then you can say, okay, today I don't work because there's a number of hours on my account. And they also use this account and said, okay, use this account, and so stay at home, but you still get the money for the hours you have worked. Internal flexibility. So this we have already covered. And while this may be a special thing, work on demand, but I think we should hurry up a bit here. So the question is, and that's also flexicurity, the better the unemployment insurance system is, the more flexible labor law can be? Question mark. In a way, yes. And this is one of the matters of the flexicurity approach. And this flexicurity approach says, if you have situations where you need flexibility, then if you have a generous and good unemployment insurance system and good labor market policy, then you could help more to deal with such situations. And so this is why I will show you later with some countries in Europe, that countries with less employment protection, but a good unemployment system and good social security might be good in producing new jobs. Okay? Yeah, sure. Sure.
Eu estou interrompendo um pouco, mas de novo eu quero que vocês tomem conta, porque as coisas chegam no Brasil e mudam de cara, né? Então vocês estão vendo que flexiguridade para eles é uma relação integrada, especialmente em momentos de desemprego, entre o sistema de proteção social e o sistema flexível. Isso é extremamente importante, porque aqui, quando chega aqui, é diminuir as condições, ou flexibilizar no mercado de trabalho e flexibilizar na seguridade, ambos para pior. Isso é terrível, porque não é isso que eles fazem. Isso é extremamente importante. Assim, eu não estou nem discutindo o nosso método, mas eu estou debatendo uma coisa que para a gente é importante entender, que quando chega aqui já chega mudado. Então, flexiguridade ou flexigurança É isso, a conjugação dos dois sistemas que eles têm muito bem, especialmente em momentos de crise de pleno emprego, tá bom? Isso é extremamente importante. Sorry about that, but I need to make.
Okay, and so now the other point is that unemployment insurance, which is important here, does not only or should provide cash benefits in case you are unemployed. The matter is how much, not like some day in Italy just for an espresso, it has to be a bit more. But also measures to reintegrate workers into employment. So a system has to have a kind of combination. The question is how should the system force the people back, and how should the system give the people chances to get back into work? But I think you have to have both, and if you do it right, then you also help the economy because, well, put it that way, who might become unemployed? Who? Well, if you see the typical unemployed in my country, these are two forms of unemployed, or two kinds or two groups of unemployed. The unemployed who are usually not very long unemployed are those simply losing the job because of changes. Let's call them flexibilization. And they are still simply looking for some time for a new job. Half a year, 3 months or so, whatever, which is not the real problem. And the other group is, maybe three groups. The second groups are those who lose their jobs because their expertise is no longer used or needed. So they have the wrong expertise. So give you an example. Long ago we had a very powerful group of workers, the printers, so to print books and so on. It was a matter of putting the different the pages by on a certain I don't know the English words for it, but you know what I mean with the old way to print books. Yes. Okay, it put all of the letters together and make it a book. So, and these people were the intellectuals of the labor movement. And from one day to the other, this thing here happened. And now when I write a book, I send in the file, and they put the file in a machine, and to make it simple, after some time, the book at the end of the machine comes out, more or less. And so you don't need them anymore. And so, well, this is an extreme example, but this kind of example you find more often. And this is also an issue of digitalization. There we also have this. You do jobs which by digitalization are no longer needed. And these people, if they lose jobs, you need them to train them in another way. Give them another job, possibilities for another job. If you do it right, and this is the problem, if you do it correctly, then you can help the economy. Because the economy needs skilled workers. And if you help for these skills, the potential is there, you help the economy. And the third group are those who are not really have trained skills. They may have skills, but not trained skills. And these are the longer unemployed. And here, employment measures to reintegrate people into employment is an important part of it. You also may call it labor market policy. And labor market policy also would include measures like sending people to certain places where it's easier, where there are more jobs, to see where are jobs and where are no jobs, etc. To initiate people to move, or to tell employers where, especially when he wants to establish a new business, where the best workers are waiting for jobs, and so on. So this kind of flexibility.
But you have a good service like keep that to these government self-that arrange the places in which
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I will explain. I will explain how it's done. So I will give you a short overview over our unemployment insurance system. And unemployment insurance system is, well, very short. It's established in 1920 when we had really Weimar Republic, a very extreme unemployment. And now what is special with the system is that it's helping people who are unemployed also to find a new job, and even those who are close to unemployment. And that's why it was called work promotion law, not unemployment law. So said we have to promote work in order to have this. And so I give you a short view over this kind of system where it is done. So even if you read the act now, you see it starts with a lot of measures to bring people back into work, and then in the end of the act it says, well, if nothing helps, you may get unemployment insurance benefits. So this is done by an administration. It's social insurance, so it's paid by insurance. It's half independent from the state. And this system means preventive measures as well as compensation, and is administered by an agency called Federal Agency for Labor, or Bundesagentur für Arbeit. And this administration does both. And so if you, for example, get unemployed, what you have to do is you have to show up at the unemployment agency. The unemployment agency will tell you, look for a job. And if you say, well, how? They say, well, we have chances to help you. In practice, this does not always work. So sometimes they have the wrong jobs, or people do not, employers do not report open jobs to this agency, but do it via the internet somewhere else or so. So in practice, it's not the ideal situation, but this is usually the case. But this agency is doing a combination of both. So they do not just pay out unemployment insurance benefits to replace income, but they combine it with search for work. Even if you do not look for work, they either might not, for the time being, give you unemployment insurance benefits. If you say, I don't want to get back to work, and they're okay, then you don't get benefits. That's up to you. But if they look for work, then they get it. But if they then stop doing it, they even might get sanctions. So they're a bit forced there to get back into work. And the preventive measures, yeah, sure.
How do you demonstrate that you are looking for workers? They send you a kind of...
No, the system is the following. How you do it. Let us say, well, I can never be dismissed anymore, so let us take me. I'm dismissed by the end of August. What should I do? And I'm not sure if I have another job very soon.
Okay.
So I said, okay, I file unemployment. So on 2nd of September, first is a Sunday, on 2nd of September, I go to this agency and say, I'm unemployed. I apply for unemployment benefits. So, and then they say, okay, please show us your files, etc., etc. Are you willing to look for work? You have to say yes. And so on and so forth, and then you explain what you're looking for. Then they try to show you, what they try is to get you out of their books as soon as possible. That's their intention in the ideal world, which does not always work. So they pay you from the very first day an unemployment benefit, but in the same way they say, okay, but what are you doing to find a new job? And if you say, well, and then they try to find out with you what is the reason for your unemployment. And when you tell them, well, I have to look around, and then they look for people like me, so it's no problem. They say, okay, look for it. But if he says, well, I used to be a printer in the old way, I said, okay, we train you on a computer. And we help you how to do the same thing you did before on a computer. And then with this, you can back into work. That's the ideal world.
Are you afraid to go to try to find a work, or they give you a list and you have to go to this place?
Both. They ask you to look here where I've said to look on their website. You have to. They tell you how to look on other websites or in the newspaper or whatever. So both you have to do, and so you can take your own initiative and their ones. But if they tell you, you have to go to company A at that place, then you have to take your personal belongings and go there. You have to go there. If you show up there and you say, I'm so bored, I don't like your job, then you might face a sanction. So that's, but generally this is a combination of both. And you are also forced to accept, after a certain time, you are forced to accept certain jobs. So you have to, because you are not, if, take me again, if I would be fired by end of August, and they say, well, I need to be, to remain as a professor. You have your job as professor on your files. They will tell me, that's not our business, and you don't have the right. You simply have the right for a job which has about the same salary. And after a couple of months, you have to accept jobs which have only 2/3 of the salary, etc., etc. And it doesn't matter what it is. So, and in the end, you might end up doing simple jobs for half of what you did before. So, a kind of sanction and bringing you back into work. So, what they also do is give them education, and even give them education if they're close to unemployment. So if you fear that you lose your jobs, you can already go to them. So, and usually this is not done, this training not done by the agency itself, but the agency is contracting out to institutions which do it. And the most challenging period of this agency was now 30 years ago, because you had a socialist country. That's our old topic we had 2 years ago here. East Germany was a socialist country with a socialist economy. with other jobs than you had here on the western side of the country. And so you had a number of people you couldn't use in the other society. And so what was done then was that this agency tried to re-educate the entire population of East Germany. And which did not perfectly work because it was too big an issue, but at least to a certain extent it worked. And so this was trained or retraining for millions of people in East Germany. And also to keep them out of unemployment and to keep them in training. So some of these people were in training. The problem at that time was you didn't know how this economy in East Germany would develop, and you didn't know in what direction, to what jobs you should train them. So maybe you train them for metal industry, and in the end, chemical industry would prevail in the area. You didn't know. And so it was a bit difficult period, but this maybe shows how this system generally worked and should work, okay? This we already had touched upon. In case of shortage of work, the employer may be allowed to let the workers work less and receive less salary. And this might be better than to dismiss a certain number and rehire them when orders are back. The same applied for a long time with the construction industry as well. Well, this is here winter. For me, if I look outside, it says it's not winter. That's kind of German summer, what you have here now. But in Germany, well, now it's warmer also in Germany because of climate change. But generally, construction industry couldn't work between end of November and mid-February. And so for a long time, it was that all the construction workers were fired end of November for enterprise reasons that we have seen, and rehired in February when they were unemployed over Christmas. And to get all the people back you fired before is difficult, and so it was for both sides it was a difficult thing to do. And so the agency here also provided, especially for construction workers, benefits to make possible that they work all the year round. Okay?
Is it also a case of flexi-security?
Yeah, in a way, but it was before we found the term flexicurity was initiated, was founded. It was before, but it's the idea. It's the idea.
The idea of flexicurity, this one, for instance, it's important because you can see the relation.
Yeah, well, it was that you knew the construction companies would have to be flexible. What should they do when it's freezing with people doing construction work who usually work outside? It wouldn't make sense. So to be flexible, they had to fire them. And this was on the expense of unemployment. It led to unemployment. It led to situations for the employees or construction workers. And so flexicurity would mean to have measures to prevent unemployment in this special situation. And so what they did, they gave, for example, subsidies to the companies. So very interesting. The unemployment agencies gave or give subsidies for the companies for heating, to heat a construction site. to extend the period of working on the construction site, or give the workers additional salary paid by the unemployment insurance for the additional need for warm clothes and all this kind of stuff. And so they could extend it. And the funny thing was, at that time, German construction industry started to do business in the Emirates. And so they constructed an airport in November, December, and January.
Okay.
The law says in November, December, and January, you receive additional amount of money.
Okay.
In the Emirates, in November, December, and January, the best time to work because it's not so hot. And so, so there was a mistake in the law.
Okay.
So also here in December, it's hot in December. And so there was a mistake in the law. And said, well, we have to put the additional provision in the law. It depends if the average temperature goes beyond in a certain period. So now we have this in addition there. So sometimes the lawmakers make mistakes. Yeah, sure.
Gente, obviamente o professor está elencando as hipóteses que ocorrem no país dele e está pondo para a gente, colocando o modelo. Quando a gente for usar o método, explicar qual é o método que nós vamos aplicar ao tema, eu falei para ele já no almoço ontem, que é uma pena que ele não esteja aqui com a gente, porque eu vou, obviamente, aproveitar isso para fazer uma leitura a partir do materialismo histórico dialético. E vai ser muito rico, porque o papel do Estado nessa perspectiva de mais valor, essas coisas, todos os conceitos com os quais nós vamos trabalhando, estão todos aqui sendo montadinhos. Então, para a gente poder fazer uma leitura crítica, marxista, desse processo, é importante que nós compreendamos como ele se dá. Isso só compreende entendendo como a lei faz esses arranjos. Então, esse é um exemplo ótimo para a gente entender o papel do Estado nesse processo todo que a gente vai usar quando for fazer a análise específica da nossa reforma, do nosso conceito de flexi-seguridade, enfim, todos esses conceitos. Mas eu gostaria que vocês prestassem especial atenção para isso, porque isso tem um significado dentro da leitura metodológica que nós pretendemos fazer. Tá? Especialmente essa questão da flexi-seguridade e essa questão do papel do Estado, como ele aparece, dando coats, gloves, enfim, mas nesse processo todo tem um sentido para quem, como a gente faz uma leitura a partir do material da leitura da forma jurídica. Mas depois eu vou usar isso. Só estou chamando a atenção porque eu estou aproveitando um instante para vocês perceberem como agora a gente está entendendo o sistema. Mas a gente vai depois trabalhar com essa compreensão a partir do recorte metodológico nosso, tá bom?
Okay. So this was the shortish thing we already have covered, and we started from there to the construction workers, and now back to here. It's here the employee worker receives a benefit covering part or most of the loss of income. Keep him the job, flexicurity. And so here also certain people may have difficulties to get a job because of lack of experience or improper education. And then he may receive a subsidy for a period where he is not fully productive. So one thing is, if he has improper education, you try to give him education, either in the evening or entire day, or if you have people who are for a longer time unemployed, for example, who have lack of experience, then you give the employer a subsidy for a certain period. So the employer would say, well, this guy who has been out of the job for 2 years, so he has lost the connection with what happened in the job in his area. He is worth just, let us say, 70% of his salary. He can do the simple work, but he's not up to date. And so in this case, otherwise he wouldn't be hired. And to get him hired, the employment agency would say, okay, we pay the rest of the salary. So the employer gets the full amount, and the employee gets the full amount, and the employer pays in relation to productivity of the person. There are also some possibilities to create kind of artificial jobs. Artificial jobs means, but we didn't make too good experience on this. Artificial jobs means that you simply create kind of public jobs. So, for example, you see this park there at the lake is in bad shape. And so you may do some public work to repair the park. Or for people close to academics, there have been also, that's to say, well, all these, in a certain area of a city, for example, the city has an old history, and nobody ever put together all the archives of the history of the city in the recent centuries. And so you could live without it, but you also, it would be good to have it. And this kind of artificial jobs also have been on the program, but just recently it's more or less not so popular anymore because these artificial jobs became into conflicts with especially craftsmen, because craftsmen lost jobs. They had competitors, cheap competitors, and they didn't like it, and it was understandable, and so it's not very popular anymore. So a very interesting thing is, and this is again flexibility, are outplacement or transfer companies. You may not have heard about it. Outplacement or transfer companies. So what does this mean? Take again, I think yesterday I mentioned Opel in Bochum. Okay? So Opel, General Motors, now it's Renault and Peugeot company. So Opel in Bochum was about to close down their business there. Okay. And closing down the business means that's it. But the possibility is to put at least part of the workforce in a transfer company. And this transfer company means they are still have a job, at least on paper. They are employees of this transfer company, or this outplacement company. Means not get rid of the people, but to deal with the transfer into another situation, okay? So this works in a way that here you have the combination of what I later will talk about, the Works Council. In those cases, the Works Council is pretty powerful, and so very often it's requested by the Works Councils, and the employer anyway has to pay certain compensations in case he's closing down a factory to the workers. This is also has something to do with the Works Council system. And so there's money there. You also could invest it in these companies, okay? And the employment agency also has funds to sponsor this transfer companies as well. So what do these transfer companies do? Very often they do not do real production. These are no productive industry. But these are just employers for them for a certain time. These are also, and this is especially financed by the employment agency, they provide you with training. They give you time to look for jobs, but you're still on a job. So make this easier for the workers to make the transfer from the company to the other world outside the company. This is more and more used in Germany. So it's pretty popular. It's expensive for all these here, therefore it needs pressure from all sides. But in the end, it's a popular approach.
But it's a public service or the company?
It's a private company. It's really it's a private company.
Private company?
It's a,
And what about money?
No. You establish a private company, and this private company is called the Opel Transfer Company. Let us take it this way, give it the name. And this Opel Transfer Company, well, needs money, sure.
Yes.
They don't produce anything, so they have no income. But the old employer who is closing down his factory, usually closing down, is very expensive.
Oh, okay.
It's not just turn around the key and say, butch, but they in principle have to pay the workers a certain amount. This is a deal made by the Works Council, and the Works Council, there is therefore money, and you could invest the money in giving it to them, or you could invest money in these transfer companies. Okay?
But you can give the money to the Works Council?
The Works Council will press it, put pressure, and then they establish the company, and the money for the company comes from the old employer,
Okay, I understand.
and the money for training comes from the employment agency.
Okay.
And so there is enough money to pay them a kind of a salary for a certain amount of time.
But it's increasing this kind of...
This works, and this makes things easier for the people to transfer in those situations. Not in the general situation, you are fired and you stay here,
Okay.
but in cases of when really a greater number of workers are affected by it, then this approach might work.
Okay, understand.
Okay, so um, get now over to unemployment benefits. So I'm almost through this unemployment insurance system, but I think we should also, because flexicurity or this kind of approach means what about unemployment benefits when you're really unemployed? You have to know it. So if all this does not work, so transfer company and all this kind of thing, so didn't help. Then, and very often it does not. So these training things work pretty well when you have low unemployment, because then it's easier to find the right work and so on. If you have high unemployment, it's far more difficult to do this kind of thing. And so if now the person is unemployed, there are unemployment benefits, so they receive a certain benefit. And you only get this benefit if you meet certain conditions, certain requirements. And people will receive these benefits if they are unemployed. But what means unemployed? In the course in Germany, when I teach this, I always take my own example. When I was close to professorship, I had a fixed-term contract which had run out. And so for half a year, I did not have a contract. And at this time, I finished my PhD kind of thing. So I was extremely busy with writing a book. Have I been unemployed? Was I unemployed? I was out of work. But I worked a lot. More than ever. Or are people working part-time, unemployed for the rest?
Yes.
Is a person unemployed that does not look for a new job? Well, I didn't look for a new job at that time. If somebody would have told me this was half a year. In this half a year would have told me, we have a job for you. I said, thank you, but I don't need it. I don't want it, because I need this PhD thesis to become a professor. In the end, it worked. So I would say no. So I would fall out of the system, would never get this, okay? Because I was not willing to take a job. And I didn't, therefore, not look for a job. Is a person unemployed who is willing to work in his or her old job or a very similar one? What rights do you have there? Can you say only as a professor? Only as an engineer of certain areas? If you make it too special, it will be difficult to get you back in the job, and you may enjoy this amount too long. So is a person unemployed who only wants to get a job in his or her area and is not willing to move to another place for that reason? So take it here. You say, I'm Paulista here from Sao Paulo, and if they want to give me a job in Rio Grande do Sul, these southerners, no, never. They are not my people. I don't know. So, can you do this? Very likely not. You have to move. Except to say, oh, my family is here, they may make an exception. And if you don't meet these requirements, you don't get benefits. So you have to follow all the rules. If you are a part-time job, if you work less than 15 hours a week, then you can, and you go look for a job, then we'll take you as an unemployed.
So you receive all these?
You can receive them if you look for a job. So is a person unemployed who is unwilling to take certain jobs for religious reasons? So they offer you a job working to work in a supermarket on a Saturday, and you are Jew. You said, I do not work on Saturday. Is this a reason not to give you unemployment benefits? Or is this a person unemployed who wishes to work only through certain hours during the day? So you have a person who says, well, it's terrible to get up in the morning, so after 11 o'clock in the morning, it works. And in the evening, late in the evening, I'm again pretty good. But in between, so do you have a work between 11 and 1 o'clock? and then from 6 to 9 in the evening, people say, no, if you keep this, they don't give you an unemployment benefit. So what you need is you have a job, you're looking for a job and have to notify this to the agency. That's what I said. I become unemployed and on 2nd of September I go to the agency, able and willing to accept any suitable job. Suitability is an issue then. Suitability means you have to move, you have to accept a lower paid job, etc. In the first 3 months they only have to accept a similar job as the old one. After 6 months, any job offered by the agency, if they do not accept the job, they will lose the entitlement. And any job here means which is at least equivalent to the unemployment benefit. So they also have to be willing to move. They also have to accept jobs with the usual working hours and may not ask for it. So, and this is a special thing, so you have to have paid insurance premiums for this for a certain period. So how long do you get it? You get it as long as you have another job, and if you don't really look for a job, they may cut it. If you are, usually it's about 1 year, and if you are older than 55, it gets longer because you assume that people after age 55 have more difficulty to get a job. So there it's up to 2 years or even 3 years. And the benefit is expressed in a percentage of former income, 67% of net income in case of unemployed with children, and 60% in other cases. So you have to, you will lose 40% of your net wages. So this is already something. So this is the unemployment system we have, and it's, I would put it under the more generous unemployment insurance systems in Europe. But what you have to see is here, it's strongly linked with looking for a new job. It's strongly linked with assistance to find a way back into the job. Means the agency will tell people about open positions in the first place, and the agency will also train or retrain the people in order to be more fit on the labor market in the future. Okay, so this is the insurance system. And then you have other people, other situations where the people, what happens? So here you have to see duration is generally 1 year, or maybe even only 6 months, depends on how much you have paid in, up to 3 years. And what happens afterwards? What is after 6 months, after a year, after 3 years? If you have not found a job at that time. We had a situation in the first place, in the old days, that then you might receive a special means-tested unemployment benefit. You know what means test is? A means test means that you own, well, this insurance, unemployment insurance, you have seen it. I have my own house, so I have a certain assets. So if I become unemployed, and I receive money from this unemployment insurance, they wouldn't say, well, you have a house, just sell it, then you have enough money. Because this is insurance, I've paid in, I get out, okay? A means test means that you have to show if you have other assets or other income, okay? So you may have to sell my house or to rent it out or whatever. And so after this period, if you have not found a job, there is a means-tested system. So this is like social assistance, okay? And this means-tested system is now, in the old days it was a bit difficult to do because you would end in a way in the simple social assistance and there was no means to bring you back into job really, which really couldn't work. And now, since the red-green government, so for 15 years, we have a system of means-tested benefits. And this means-tested benefit means it's also administered by the employment agency. And so if you have no insurance account, you have never paid in, for example, or if your period has run out because you're too long unemployed, then you will receive a means-tested benefit, like social assistance, which depends in the amount on what you need. And this might run up to several thousand euros if you have a family, housing, etc., etc. But here, they are now under the same rules as unemployed under unemployment insurance. So this means they also have to try to get back to work. They also have to follow certain retraining, training issues, etc. Here you also have this person may receive a special means-tested assistance benefit, which is paid generally without a time limit. So you can be on this program for forever. Okay. The person can always has to be willing and able to start a new job, like in unemployment insurance. And the benefit is similar to general social assistance. We call it Hartz IV, H-A-R-T-Z 4. This is because a guy who invented these programs, his name was Hartz, and so we call it Hartz IV. So this is a system like unemployment insurance, but means tested. And the problem with this system here is it means that you only receive this if you don't have enough other income or other financial means like capital. So if you if they find out you have some other means, you don't get it. And even if you have won in a lottery, you have to give it away. That's it. The benefit amount is dependent on the need of the person or the family. So the problem with this system is what? In unemployment insurance, these people are close to the job market. They have left it just a short time ago, so they usually, it's easier for them to get back into the job. The longer you are out, the more difficult it is. And so these people are what we would call our precariat, which are Hartz IV. Not everybody. So all people may fall into this system. But usually, the people, it's bad luck for some people. They get out of it again. But there are some people. Okay, sorry. There are some people, or more and more, who stay in this, and these are the precariat. It's a precariat here, and so this is also not very popular because relatively strict rules, and so. But the question is, what can you do else here? And but this is a discussion. We can discuss it here. It's the system here has to be there, and the question is what rules you should do. The main problem also here, it's a problem of administering it. It's not well administered. Also, Germany may happen that it's not well administered. It happened there as well. So, and finally, there is social assistance, and we don't do this too much an extent because this has nothing to do with work, because the final social assistance system is only for those not able to work and not in work because they are too old for them. So in our flexibility issue, they are out. Okay. Not a problem and not an issue, but more important was the other system. So,
10
yeah.
minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, sure. So, this is what I wanted to tell you about the German unemployment insurance system, as well as the systems, other systems we have in Germany. And you already see we were relatively close always to what you might call, or what is officially called, flexicurity. And flexicurity actually is an artificial word. There's no doubt about this. But why did it happen, and what was the idea, and what is the background of it? Well, in the first place, maybe it's important to tell you just a bit about, in terms of background, about the role of the European Commission. And the European Commission is like a government, but it is a government which has additional powers. And it's in a certain extent more powerful than a government, in a certain extent less powerful. So they are more powerful because they are the only ones in the European system, the EU law system, which can initiate a new law. So the Council cannot, the Parliament cannot, but they can. So they are relatively powerful there. And what they try to do is, yesterday I think already I talked about soft law, right? And what they do is they do not only, well, they're always concerned with certain aspects of life, because the member states gave only limited legislative power to the European Union. So it's, at certain points they have rights. So free movement of workers, they can do legislation. In case of equal pay for men and women, they can do. But in certain areas, let us say like criminal law, they cannot do anything. They do not have the power. And in some areas of social policy, they don't have a general legislative power on social policy. They don't have. They cannot say it's our social policy. There is a list. I don't want to do the details, but there's a long list, I think, of 10 points what they can do. But general social policy isn't there. But what they can do is they can initiate discussions, they can initiate reports. So what they initiated in the early 2000s was what they called open method of coordination. And this open method of coordination was some kind of I just was looking for the English word, but maybe I'll describe it another way. Kind of competition between the member states. So to say they might do it better than they do it, and so on. So this kind of benchmark system. So this has certain influence on the social policy of the nations, as I told with the envelope yesterday. So this will really initiate discussions within the country. Therefore, the member states are always very careful if they hear about this kind of thing. And so the Commission here as well initiated this discussion. And you can really see that they were, at least in part, successful with initiating, because they put the point on the issue of flexibility versus security, not necessarily social security, but the idea of flexicurity is how can we deal with the challenges of the changing world, one thing. You might say by flexibility. So, makes it all easier to have the factories, the companies adjust very soon to any change on the expense of people employed. That would be flexibility. But the security there is the idea that you should not only see on the flexible side, but you also could look on balance, and we have talked about balancing, on the balance between the needs of the one side and the protection needs of the other side, to balance it somehow. And to see, and this is very interesting later on, to see how certain mechanisms lead to certain results. So, as you may have seen from my German example, strict employment contract rules may not help the working population, only in part, some privileged people. And for the others, they are outside, maybe. And we will see a number of examples from different countries in the EU which do it with different approaches. So at that time, when 2008, 2007, it was initiated, it was the time of the financial crisis, and we were talking about globalization. Globalization started. When you look now, we are on the on the other way back from globalization. If you see some of the major politicians who say my country is the greater ones, and so okay, it's a guy in Washington again. And so we are no longer maybe in a period of globalization, but the other way, which will affect all of us. So Germany is fearing that our car industry will suffer from this move. The Chinese might continue to buy Audi, but the Americans might not do anymore. So that's for Germany is that very important. And these days we have digitalization. It's a changing world there. And how to
to deal with this changing world of digitalization and combine the needs of the business to be more flexible with the needs of the workers to get protection and to find a way to do both. It sounds like an ideal world. To a certain extent it is. But so it's not always discussed in any areas, and the countries do not follow it always, but the basic idea is there. And what I want to do with you, I think it will be tomorrow, is to explain this approach of flexicurity more, if it's really an approach to of an ideal world to make everything possible, or if it also has problems. To begin with the end, there is no perfect world, and so I think here it's also not a perfect world. So this is a nice idea, and a number of countries have followed it, but I think it's still to fight for the right balance. And because we will see that certain, you may call it needs or not, go into the other direction. So, tomorrow. Okay.
Bom, gente, então, alguma pergunta? Alguém gostaria de fazer alguma pergunta? Alguma dificuldade? Alguma coisa? Não? Então, amanhã eu vou passar a lista para quem é do curso. A gente teve duas aulas para a primeira, aí eu coloquei aqui, e quem estiver na segunda, assine aqui no finalzinho que vale mais 2 aulas. Então, é para a quantidade de aulas que esteve, tá bom? Então, ok. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. See you tomorrow.
Quem assinar por último, por favor, coloque aqui em cima da mesa.